Me. I did it. Haha. Did the stream even go down? Welcome back, everybody. Hold on, let me get on the voice channel also. There we go. Hello, everyone. Was the Puerto Rican woman the one who ate the cold hot dog? No, Carl. Those are different people. But why would I be Ken? Oh man, they moved all my shit around. All right. Do we have to donate electric money bill once more? No, no. My electric bill is paid. They cut the fucking wire that ran the power to my room when they were putting a new window in. They don't hire like the best workmen at my building. I'm pretty sure they also put the window in crooked, but I was rushing them. Not in, but Baba gapped and ran this morning. I know how you like that one. You know what? Thankfully for me, I didn't get stopped out of my other calls. So I'm aware, and it's fantastic. Danistan, heard you failed to deliver your electric bill payment. Hope this helps. Thank you, Danistan. I appreciate that. If you're the real Gherk, say something only the real Gherk would say. I don't know. What's something only I would say? You tell me what to say and I'll say it. How about that, corn trader? Make sure they didn't bug your apartment. Kenny's always listening. Couldn't you just listen on YouTube? Tight like a diamond. Well, no, Dan, if I made you a mod, then that would be like weird. That's not something I would do. Do you think Baba has more room to run? I don't know if I care at this point, but yeah. Yeah, it does. And the next real resistance is 175, so that's something to think about. Are you gonna see another $20 pump today? I don't know. We're looking good because the market's coming back, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's gonna happen. We also only have 300K volume traded. The window isn't crooked. They're simply accounting for the inevitable failure of the building foundation and structural shifting. It'll fit perfect in 3 months. No, it's fucking crooked, Courtney. It's crooked, and then they filled the gap with like silicone. I'm also pretty sure they didn't reinstall my air conditioner correctly. But we'll find out when it starts leaking on my floor. Hypothetically, if the debt ceiling doesn't get raised, is that good or bad for MOASS? It would really depend on the market's reaction to a U.S. credit downgrade. Was digging Pi-Fi silent film edition. They didn't shim it correctly. Call them back. I don't want those fucking people in my house again. I don't care. I'm moving. I don't give a shit. If the window falls out when the next person's living here, that's their problem. No, I still haven't found a new place, which is the worst. You're rude to me, even over handwriting. I'm not rude to you, alright? Stop being so fucking sensitive, Moonwind. Did you cancel the Secret Trap Labs chair? Yeah, I canceled it last night. Now I have to find a new chair to order that I like as much. XRT short interest, 285.34%. What? Reported? Hold on. Dan likes my dumpling. Is that reported? Oh, it's because it's an ETF, dude. Never mind. I know what the ticker is. Yeah, it's an ETF. ETFs can be more than 100% short, and usually are, especially ones that contain GameStop. Hence, the crazy shit that happens with us. Lower my cost basis this morning to 181. Awesome. Let's all give Pi-Fi $100. He can just go buy a new house. No, that wouldn't be right. I can buy a house and get a mortgage and buy one. I still want to own property. It seems like more work than it's worth. Did you cry when you realized the market was open Monday and you don't actually get a day off? Thanks for reminding me again. I should really post the Reddit. Try to post the Reddit thing again. Oh, it's time for the pigeon whales to flex. Apparently so. I think IRNC still has a lot of upside. No. Jesus. Thanks, Dexton. DG Sutton. See, there's someone on here named Dugston, too, I think. Or Dunkston? Hmm. There's a Dan behind you. Watch out. It's fine. Market is open Monday. No 3-day vacay. Yeah, I know. Is there a new debt ceiling? I guess. I should probably look it up. I'm sure there's a news article titled Debt Ceiling Crisis Averted. Okay, yeah. Senate's nearing an agreement to lift the debt ceiling until December. Had a dream we were on top of a mountain and you started blasting on a didgeridoo to initiate MOASS. It was beautiful, but I know it was a dream because you hate hiking and it was a tall mountain. All these statements are true. So did you read that, DD? Maybe. I don't remember which one it was. Oh no, I didn't yet. I know which one you're talking about. You're talking about like the Schoolhouse Rock one. I haven't read it yet. I know things are hectic, but there is not a daily DD yet because I still can't log into my Reddit account. I thought it was just because I was on my phone, but no. What do you buy? Well, you cash out of my ass, and the market is crashing. There's a McRabbit. If you're a billionaire, go to the value investment channel in Billionaires, and there's like people's discussion on that, but I'm not telling you what I'm buying. Did your neighbor get a little pickle this morning? No. What a weird question. Just read it down. It hasn't displayed my home feed since yesterday. I've been having issues with Reddit all night. Like I'm not getting any messages or notifications. I can't seem to post from my account. Like when I try to post a new post, it just logs me out. Yeah, Moonwind's not dying of hunger. Don't worry about him. He's okay. DFU's awarded karma went up to 5,000 yesterday instead of the typical 200 a day. A post is attributing it to the tweet decipher post I wrote for you, Girk. DRS alpha bystander, not advise. Thanks, Parks Cars. I don't care about DFE's tweets. If he posts a picture of his shares, like a position update with his shares in computer share, I'll transfer some. I said I would. I will. Did you send Moonwind some blue apron? No, I didn't need to. He's fine. Moonwind's doing A-okay. He's not starving. You know, DFV will never do that. Why not? He's posted his position like 50 times. And the last time he posted his position, which was after all those fucking tweets, his shares are still in E-Trade. So the whole thesis just seems silly. Maybe DFE just wants everyone else to put their shares in computer share. I don't think he can make a comment anymore after he paid the $4 million. He didn't pay anything, Henry M. That was a fine to his former employer. DFE is a smart guy. He's wicked smart. How would he be in big legal trouble? It's literally, it doesn't matter what brokerage he posts his position from, right? Oh God, was that a Boston accent? Briefly. Wow, Bob. TFV King of Brockton. Burry tweet on TA. What do you say? First rule of technical analysis, don't anticipate. Look at this fucking Burry's doing TA. Wicked pissa. Is that what you say to like a guy when you walk up to him at the urinal? That way everyone's uncomfortable for a few minutes. I like to do that. Just going by my Boston movie knowledge. Everyone can suck a big bag of dicks. Nice name. How does one suck a bag? Huh. That's what makes someone uncomfortable with the urinal. So look in the eye next to you and say, "That's a sick watch, bro." Who the fuck wears watches? I'd rather tell him that's a wicked pissa. Oh, have I zoomed in too much again? There. Just say nice dick, bro, no homo. I've said that before though. That's a wicked big toddler you got there. Hmm. I heard you dated Willow Smith. Who the fuck is that? You take a look at Grom. Interesting. Ooh, it's time to sell my Party City calls. Sick. Thanks, Dr. K. Are any of my fun stocks doing anything? CEI ripped this morning. I bet some of you guys are excited about that. Weren't there just hundreds of bag holders? So I can buy CEI at 20 cents a share, 22 cents a share, as long as it goes above $2. How's this stock trading like multiples of its float every day? Oh, shit. Hold on, I got into my Reddit account, so I'm gonna post the daily real quick. Are you still expecting MOASS in 2021? Maybe. The likelihood of it happening in January of next year is significantly higher, I think. But there's a pretty good chance of it happening this month as well. What's your feeling on New England? What? New England brown bread. Never had it. Is that some sort of bread that they like steam in a pot? Someone's calling me from fucking New Jersey. Wait, is Max Payne still at 175? Yeah. Hmm. Does anybody have Fidelity open? Do they know shares to borrow? Good time to get those 1029 200 calls. Might be. Is it a wise move for me to get puts on BBIG this morning? Maybe not. I mean, the market's coming up, so puts on anything could be kind of risky. Max Payne should update every 15 minutes. It depends where you look, though. Some places only update it once a day. 600K. Thank you. go, guys. Sorry about that. Think about moving into some GME options today. I'm thinking about moving into them. Maybe not today. I don't know. What happened with Prague? Yeah, garbage. I'm just gonna sell these. Oh, I need to transfer shares tonight too. Apology accepted. Have you planned your exit speech? Nope, still just planning on winging it. The debt ceiling out of the way. See some good picks now for stonks. We're still shaky. I mean, I got super lucky in that my Baba calls didn't sell, but I didn't really have any time to look this morning at what was happening. I'm sure there's shit that's running. And, you know, the SPY also looks pretty good. If they pass, like, they haven't passed the resolution for the debt ceiling yet, but if they do, I think it's going to come back up above the corrective zone. Should I get on this account? October 29th. 300s. Actually, okay. I fully believe that this is CS. Okay. I don't think the effect from CS would be all that violent, Alex. I think they're probably trying to cover FTDs again today. CS, like the effect from CS is just going to be like a slow bleed until there's a share recall, which would be very noticeable, right? No, I'm not selling a call. You know what? I don't want those. But I'll wait. Maybe I should. There we go. The Discord got weird again last night. In what way? Any upcoming earnings that you'll be watching out for? Possibly. Not today or tomorrow. I didn't see anything that I was super interested in. What is the power of computer? Sure. Anti-Semitic? What? I hope the mods dealt with that if they were around. Make it very clear how we handle hate speech on the Discord. I mean, ban them if they do that shit. What does anti-Semitic mean? Google it, Funky Town Monkey Pimps. This... How's today looking? Eh. Mods can mute people, right? They should be able to ban. Yeah, mods can definitely ban. It's, I mean, in your permissions, Biter, it's, I have muting and banning both turned on. I mean, I discourage banning because somebody has like a counter viewpoint, but if people are actively using like hate speech or marginalizing people, then absolutely fucking ban them. And tell me about it so I know who you've banned. But is this the weird bot command thing? Because muting isn't a Discord feature. Really? Oh, you can kick and ban. Yeah, I think you can actually. Hold on. If I there might be something with the bot, but you can ban. So you banned Biter. You banned fucking Craig. I don't have a mute option. Yeah, I gotta figure out how that works with me 6. A call to action then banning all the pigeon whales. They marginalize us poors on the daily, and I can't stand it strictly due to no other reason than I'm petty and jealous. Typical poor mentality. No, Carl, I'm not. Tax the pigeon whales so we can get free memberships. Not a democracy. I can't believe I didn't get a 5-month chip. I think the next one's at 6 months, Chris. Like YouTube doesn't have a 4 and 5 month like upgrade to the little picture. Here to marginalize hedge funds. I started watching the TV show Billions last night. People keep telling me to watch that. Whales doing whale things. Already hooked. Nice. Yeah, it's YouTube, not AA. Yeah, Core Trader. Like month 1, 2, and 3, you get like a different thing, and then month 6, and then I think a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Although I can say that if we ever reach the 1 year mark, this stream will be about a lot of things besides stocks. Live chat, top chat. Live? You think of swinging that 200C or daily play? It's for next week. I want to buy more, but the IV was really low on it, so I grabbed it. Steve Cohen is the anti-hero. Giamatti plays a cucked bureaucrat who, maybe is supposed to be the protagonist, but you kind of find yourself liking The hedge fund chief. Okay. Well, thanks for the Rotten Tomatoes rundown. We talk about stocks in here all the time. What platform is Billions on? I have no idea. I know it's on Amazon. I've seen it there. Like Prime. What do you think about that congressman coming after you, social media moguls? What? Don't care. 666 people in here? That's definitely not true. There's like over 1,000 people in here, dude. Even if we DRS a lot of the float, you think GameStop will be pressured to keep quiet? Is it the company's interest to let it rip? And what do you mean keep quiet? The effect of DRS has nothing to do with GameStop. I mean, aside from it being their shares, like they don't need to be like, "Hey guys, look, the shares are DRS'd," right? The idea is that the lenders simply will not be able to locate shares, right? There'll be no real shares to locate in order to allow borrows, and so they will recall their shares. So it kind of forces the hand of the lenders in a way, which could create a run on the OW, which would create a cycle of covering. I think that's the best way it plays out. But I don't think like the entire float needs to be locked up for that to occur. I think even just a small amount of it, 10-20%, would be more than sufficient. Is there a large range for next week? I feel like December options are way overpriced for the IV they display, but I want to capture some of the October and November movement. Hmm. It's true. That's Theta. Theta and GameStop's not cheap. I don't think they're gonna get much cheaper. We offer 501c3 baptisms and free consultants with our acolyte accountants. Swing by the trash can after have a Dan service you. Thanks, Hal Jordan. I gave 3 likes. Computer, iPad, phone. Thanks, Ona. Sorry, 1 second. catch up. Welcome to the Church of VWAB. Oh, I got that. What's OW? Obligation Warehouse. Triangles for MOASS. It's like a triple top right now. Or an ascending triangle. That's a continuation pattern, guys. That means where it enters the formation is where it exits. So if they enter to the downside, they exit to the downside. Enter to the upside, exit to the upside. Yes, bullish ascending triangle. Baba to the moon. Yeah, still running. I wish I had more calls. I only have like 5 contracts, but they're all up a shitload right now. Say continuation again. Guru, Master, Lord. It's the leader of the cult. We don't need any naming metrics as of yet, Chubb. Violent upside potential triangle. Huh. Will the markets be full steam ahead? Probably. Ooh, I like that bounce. So as we sit here today, MOASS pre-market crash. Ooh. It's breaking out a little bit. It's actually kind of awesome. Feels like I'm cheering on a racehorse. Congrats, Trash Dad. Share offerings in April, June suppressed the anomalies we should have seen in May, July. Partially. No, I think they rolled in May and July. Or you mean wait, May and July? In March? There was still a small anomalies occurred during those dates. Hold on, I'll show you. So if I go out here, so there was actually like a smaller anomalies that occurred in those periods. But if the volume is present here during the roll period, then there's less volume here during the anomaly. But if the volume is not present, like here and here during the roll, then the volume comes in the middle when these T35s pile up. Does that make sense? So this has big volume, big volume. And see what happens on these is that we run into the roll date, which means they effectively rolled, right? And then as soon as the roll date hits, they drop the price of the stock, right? Because then they can then margin those futures, like they can leverage those futures contracts and short the stock again. But when we have no volume into the roll date, see how the volumes just it ran up for the ETF and ETN rollover, but not for the futures. So the volume didn't continue up. Then we run here, which is what happened in January. See, I didn't think about this before because I always thought January was just a byproduct of Cohen buying in and, a lot of retail interest. But the fact of the matter is that all of that just accelerated something that was already going to occur on that date. And then we also see that in September back here to a much lesser degree, but no volume into the roll, anomaly, no volume into the roll, anomaly. And the price is the price still went up like 300% here, right? And that's the cycle we're in. So, like, literally 1 year later. What are your thoughts on 442s on the SPY? I just bought some. There's a lot more to it than that, but I feel like that's the easiest way for me to explain it to everyone. Because there's several other things that are occurring there. Like you have active participant fails, which are occurring in a later cycle than market maker fails. And all of those are occurring in a different cycle than short hedge fund fails, right? Because they all have different settlement periods in which they either have to find a locate for synthetics or they have, so it varies per participant, and then it also varies on the type of derivative being used. Between options in ETFs, options on GameStop, and futures contracts as well. But I think what I'm presenting best describes the underlying conditions. I can't afford another January apes. Please sell. No, no chance in hell, Ken Griffin. Does that put us in mid next week? Yeah. So the first failure date from the failed roll for this cycle is going to be here on October 13th. Then we have another failure date here on the 21st. And then finally, we have the last one here. And the peak, this is the peak of the fails right here. Thanks, Triple OG. All thanks to like Fluffyosa and Average Joe for making those thumbnails. I've noticed that some have been popping up over in the shit posting, vis-a-vis Trash Dan and Danny or Dan. So I might be using some of those soon as well. Hey, you guys just make cool shit for the stream, so I like to put that up if I can. I mean, you could theoretically, Moon, you could hedge, right, by buying. If you have CCs, you can hedge them by buying calls closer to the money. So if you bought like 180s or something, then you could hedge your covered calls. And then if nothing happens, you can just profit off of both, right? Well, within this window from this first fail to this last one, right? I expect price action. Now, say we perfectly replicate last September and go up 300%. That still only leaves us at like 500 something. At which point, you know, they can then smash it down as soon as this last fail date is over, right? So maybe they could bring us down back to like 350-ish. And then, you know, maybe we like until we run again here on the 24th. Now, this one I have a lot of confidence in, right? This has occurred every single cycle. This is the ETF ETN cycle. So this is the day they come due, and it's occurred every single quarter. You can go back here to August 24th. It occurs. It occurs back here on May 25th. And that's T+2 from the third Friday of that month. If you're trying to locate where that is. And so I think we're just going to see a repeat of that also out here in January. So if we don't MOASS from this, then, you know, we're going to be going into January at a really high floor, ideally. because we're gonna like they're gonna dip us into this, and then we're gonna spike, and if they fail the contract roll again, then they're gonna dip us out to here, and then we run, right? So that's why I think there's good potential here, and just insane potential out here in January. Oh, I gotta delete this. Hold on. And yeah, I can try to clip it. Hold on. Well, the other interesting thing about January is if they'd used semi-annual or annual contracts, that also might be one of the reasons that that was so much more pronounced. Is that a giant Baroque crawfish? No. Spy doing a nice bounce. And getting a bullish crossover. I like it. 160 is about to cross a VWAP. This looks strong. I think the spy's gonna rip. And you guys, feel free to share that on social media and stuff, because I feel like a lot of people don't know this is going on at all. So I see a lot of like continued misunderstanding of not only T plus 69, but like the futures cycles in general. I know everyone's caught up with CS right now, and that's like the big deal, but there's other shit happening. Yeah, that was just FOMO. There was also a much stronger gamma ramp. There was way more liquidity in the stock in March, Steve. You know, once apes really started buying and holding, which is kind of after the flash crash in March, our average traded price stays the same, regardless of the price that GameStop's actually trading at. The average, like the weighted VWAP, I can show you guys that. Like, if we look here, one second. So if we go out to here, and then I open this, right, and then 50 screen. Okay. Stretch to fit. So if you go over here and you grab the rated VWAP, where is it? It's in here somewhere. Oh, here we go. Anchored VWAP. So if you look like back in January, like you can see that there was a significant amount of selling in January, right? A lot of our volume started to trade lower. But if you wait VWAP after that flash crash, which was right here, like nobody's really sold. We've seen like we see some dip here from the institutional selling and ETF rebalances, right? But you know, that lines up perfectly with that and the share offering, right? Even the share offering really didn't drive our like weighted average price down, which is now at 195.63, by the way. So you know, you can this is like a good visualization that nobody's been selling in any significant amount. We see a dip here from the share offering as well. One second. You can see the like a small dip here from the share offering, and you know, people still paper handing at that point. But really once the run up in June starts, because we still have like a lot of like Wall Street bets guys and stuff back here. But yeah, once that run up in June starts, our floor raises and then it stays. So no one's been selling, right? Like that's, which is I guess comforting in a way. So that means that the price action we've seen is like independent from the volume being traded also, right? Because we don't see VWAP spiking. Like the price action that occurs just keeps it flat. Stream picture today is amazing. Thanks. That's thanks to Fluffy Osa. So OBV is flat? No, that was VWAP, not OBV. Totally different. OBV not flat at all. But like it doesn't matter what our price is, right? Because like our price is actually 195. Like this is the current like volume traded price for GameStop, not 174. So the price is in fact wrong. I mean, that the $20 gap from here to 195 is like almost like arbitrage. Which is huge, right? Like that's a huge fucking gap. What technical indicator do you hate the most? I hate the way people use MACD, and I'm not overly fond of RSI. Like I hate it when people use MACD on short time scales because I don't think it shows you anything except the price is going up or down. Or even worse, the price has gone up or down. Or is actually quite fond of MACD on longer time scales. Why is the price 195? Because that's where the majority of the volume is traded. Hans Worst. Did you read my Kofa? I might have missed it. Sorry, I was kind of had my head on my own ass. I'm gonna read it now. This is not for the electric bill. It's for the exterminator to get those pesky bed bugs out. Thanks for all you do. Okay, still, I haven't seen a bed bug, which is awesome. For the electric and Wi-Fi bill. Oh, I missed a couple of these. I'm sorry. Greg can't talk right now, so on his behalf, I would like to remind you to subscribe and join the Dans. Thank you, Jean-Claude Van Damme. That's ridiculous. Can you compare weighted VWAP to a regular stock, Microsoft, Amazon? I mean, those are going to follow probably the trend in the stock, right? If we go to like, I guess we could do Amazon. I feel like Amazon's had some crazy shit happen this year too, though. Look at that fucking gap down. So same time frame, which would have been March. See, when Amazon like rallies, we're seeing like a significant increase, right, on VWAP. It's following the trend of the price much more closely, whereas GameStop is just flat, right? People sell, you see it dip. People buy, you see it rise. Oh, sorry. There we go. Here, let me turn these off so you can see it better. There. See, it's much more mobile. Like, and the buy pressure has increased. The price of the stock has gone up, right? But GameStop is just flat. Now you can look at something with more like short positions. What would be a good example? AMC might be a good example. Let's see. AMC also same flash crash. So people aren't selling on AMC either, right? But there was a huge amount of buying here, which shows covering. We don't have covering on GameStop. So if we had covering on GameStop, the volume weighted average price would rise, right? Yeah, I think so. Hans Worst. Jeremy Wilson, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate the membership, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club after the stream. Can you take a gander at BMRA? Yeah, sure. America. I already don't like it. On the daily, it looks not great. Still running. It's currently trading a little bit above that resistance, so I guess that's good. They're probably trying to fight for this 650 resistance. Okay, it's trading 20 cents below that. It's the high for today, 655. I mean, seven's your target, right? If it breaks seven, you have some serious potential. Volume is very low though, so I think if it does, it's going to be a slow climb and massive sell walls at 645. Like 3% of today's volume would have to trade at that price. Mic quality? What happened? What do you mean? The Crawford's like the McBoyles. Is the Evergrande situation like a nothing burger? I mean, it's like $300 billion, right? Of like defaulted debt. Not even. I think it's only actually like it's less now, but it's not that much money, right? Is it raining? No. When I just use VWAP on the daily, it's just set at 14. Can this just be called consolidation? Well, no, even during the major events, there was no shift. But yeah, it is. It's there is consolidation. But it also means no one's selling. So it's very little volume is traded under that 195, right? Otherwise, we'd see significant dips. So all of the volume, the majority of the volume is traded at or over, like 180. If you look back at my DDs and you look at that same volume weighted average 3 months ago, it was at like 184, 185. Or no. Actually, it was at 178. And now it's at 195, right? So it just means that our volume, all of our volume is still trading to the upside on the stock. Okay, that's bouncing. That's nice. GameStop coming down. We'll see if it bounces here. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. You think the SPY gonna rebound back down hard? Back down? No, it's going up right now. I don't know what you mean. You mean, is it gonna Rebound. You're using rebound. Rebound describes going from a low to a high, like bouncing. You think this? Do I think the SPY will be rejected at 445? It's possible. We're going into the end of the week, so the market's stabilizing a bit after the earlier part of this week. But with the debt ceiling getting lifted, and if they can do it without sacrificing their ability to pass the infrastructure bill, then I can see the market just rally and come all the way back up. I'm out of most of my long-term short positions for now at market open, and so we'll see. If I see a rejection at 445 and we see a dip back towards 435, I'll buy back into those, but otherwise I expect it could continue to go up. Nutmeg Player Man, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club. I appreciate the support. Let's get a big chant going. I feel like I didn't do a big enough chant today. Can you show that VWAP on Jimmy again? Yeah. Can I make it like more visible? There we go. Sec. Still my mate, Gert. Thanks, Graham. Can you explain my $40 call on GSK and malaria vaccine news this morning? Have done nothing. No. I don't know how much profit there is in manufacturing the malaria vaccine. It's not like there's a lot of super wealthy countries that are like, oh, awesome malaria vaccine. Is that maybe Australia? I think most of them are going to be made at like very low profit margins and distributed through aid, like foreign aid enterprises and stuff. You know anything about Loop Ring? Not really. Should I send you a DM? You should. Or you can just go to the announcements channel and the instructions for how to link your YouTube account are pinned there. Yeah, that is super pronounced. I'm aware. GameStop gets support at 173. Yeah, decent. See if they can push us below. It's kind of struggling a bit. I think we're just gonna see volume die off a little on GameStop right now, but the market's coming back, so maybe. Yeah, malaria is kind of a third world's not really a socioeconomic term that's used anymore, but um, need to find oil in a malaria-rich country. Um, yeah, but no one wants to go doing oil exploration in a country that has shitloads of malaria, right? That's how you get malaria. It can open up those countries economically a lot, right? It's I mean, there's other benefits to it. Like that's it's a huge economic catalyst for lots of those countries. Calls on Africa? Maybe. You probably do some research and find out what countries are hit hardest with the malaria problem, not only their, available workforce, but, you know, and then you find ones with like high, natural resources, and then buy futures on products that country primarily distributes because their efficiency and economy should improve with a malaria vaccine. There's more to that play, but you could probably go really deep down that rabbit hole. Yeah, I know, dumb me down. Gourd futures? Like a Charlie vid rabbit hole. Yeah, but like, don't be dumb. The August 24th version of a run is on November 24th. Well, that starts a chain reaction, right? Mass spectrometer. So now with the malaria vaccine, some of those countries are they have far more tourism interest, right? And that'll catalyze, social reform because, the governments will want to incentivize tourists to come there, so they'll want to make it safer and more appealing to those tourists. So like I said, like the vaccine's an economic catalyst for those countries, but it's not going to be the economic, like that's not where the money's to be made, right? At least I don't think so. I don't think GSK GlaxoSmithKline, is that what it is? Is that who's making it? I don't think they're the ones that are going to be the triple bottom. Um, like I don't think that's where the big profits are going to be. There'll be some probably, but even if the aid size are like like US aid and the UN and like WHO are buying the vaccine from them, the profit margin is going to be super minimal, right? Because they're not going to pay that much. Like small profit, maybe enough to just continue manufacturing, probably subsidized. So they might get some money from that. But what's the number one essential thing to being good at trading? Uh, Not having an emotional attachment to money. I'd say that's the biggest thing that you can try to learn. It's just money. You can always make more. And if you make a lot quickly, while trading, you have to be able to kind of get over that. There's a weird period psychologically that you'll go through where it doesn't seem real. I guess is the best way to, like, if you turn $10,000 into $500,000 in a few hours, um, it'll fuck you up. And that's something you have to separate yourself from, especially if you've been poor your whole life. I understand that, and it's weird. Have you turned 10K into 500K before? I mean, I briefly did on GameStop a few weeks ago, and then I lost it all. My unrealized gains were very high after August 24th. But then I rolled everything up and out, expecting them to continue rolling, and they did not. So I walked away with like a little bit of extra money, but definitely not half a million. Stocks are nothing compared to poker. I used to swing 1K, 10K every single day. Stocks are definitely you can swing way more in stocks than you ever could in a casino. Do you know the definition of insanity? I know the quote. Hmm, interesting. I wonder what max pain on the spy is right now. This is looking very head and shouldery. GameStop coming up. Imagine this guy thinking poker is more money than stocks. Yeah, I mean, poker's not rigged against you, right? Because you don't play against the house. I would say the market most resembles poker in many ways, except like trading does. Except that I think your odds are significantly better in the market than they could ever be playing poker. YouTube keeps putting me in top chat. Now I know how annoying it is. Yeah, it's super annoying. Wind moon, wind moon. JFresh, you should know better than anybody. Can you go back over how short hedge funds will have the ability to crash the GME price? What? I don't think they will. Unless there's a market crash, I don't think the price of GameStop is crashing. I don't think there's nearly enough shares to borrow or enough volume available in the options chain to flash crash GameStop. I think what happened after earnings was their attempt, and that was pathetic. $20, and we bounced right back. Do you have any material for learning options trading? No, not as of yet. Sorry, I thought that is what you said the short hedge funds could do if the price goes north of 400. I mean, they'll try. If the bid ask spread, like if the bid gets slapped enough and they push back, like they try to push back, and there's a wide enough spread between the ask, or I'm sorry, if the ask gets slapped enough and there's a wide enough spread, they could try to flash crash. They could try to flash crash like the new, like the FOMO people, right? Like the people with stop limits and shit. And then we might see some bleed from that. But we're just going to have a lot of volatility because of that, right? Because of all the new participants that are going to come in during that FOMO stage. And that's just going to create like large volatility until it eventually just goes up, right? But that's not going to be like the short hedge funds specifically crashing it. That's just going to be like paper hands and, people buying and selling, more traders on the stock. So the volatility is going to pick up a lot. I'm seeing short interest is 392% as of today. Where are you seeing this? Oh, the 500. That's not like a flash crash though. That's going to be like a slow bleed, right? If they get the FTDs covered by like the middle of this cycle, and I think they'll push back. It won't be fast, but they'll push it back down as much as they can before this spike on 11/24, right? So once they clear those FTDs, then they'll have the ability to push it down. Uh, yeah, on their based on their margin, and create more synthetics, and they'll bring the price back down essentially, unless we just MOASS off of it, right? If this starts a chain reaction of lenders doing share recalls and short hedge funds getting margin called, then it's sufficient to start MOASS without you don't have to worry about all this. But if they're able to stop the price increase around, and this is only if we repeat exactly what happened last September, right? It's very possible that we could just spike to like 250 and then just come down. I don't know how many FTDs they have to cover in this cycle. Don't forget that the last September was a different ball game. So while I expect anomaly to occur here, I don't know how great I don't know how great of a effect on price that's going to have. XRT at 294. Yeah, but it's only that ETF is only 1% GME. But yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware of why. I'm aware of how short the ETFs are. I feel like this has been common knowledge for a really long time. I know somebody's probably written a DD about it today, and everyone's getting all hopped up. But XRT has been about 200% short all year. I've definitely spoken on that in the past. Ooh, I don't like that. What's going on, Spy? No tsunami warning issued after Japan earthquake. Oh, cool. Japan have like a huge earthquake or something? There were periods where XRT was like 600% short. It's always over 100%. Yeah, I know, JFresh. Is ETF shorting subject to the same rules? Nope. Similar rules, but different. The 9/9 and 9/17 are the last futures roll and expiration dates. Check CEI. What doing? Looks like it's ripping. Interesting. Buy a couple of these. Nope. Cool. Interesting. Hmm. Not interested. Call sweep came in at $2 for 11.26. GameStop picking up volatility a lot today, which is interesting. Um, Volatility at the money is already up like what 8% from this morning. Curious. I don't like that. Hey, hand. Not really a bear trap. It probably just went down with the market. Sorry if I missed it before, but you expecting 200 by the end of the week? No. VIX is down 7.5%. Would this be a good time to get calls on UVXY? Yeah, if you want to buy them further out. You had me to Cyrus, but I think soaps would be better. So GME has gone from in the top 5 most popular stocks on Fidelity to not even in the top 30. Makes sense. Not much shorting today. I wonder if they're holding onto the shares they borrowed to counter a repeat of last Thursday. It's possible. I mean, last Thursday was intentional, right? Like they had to cover something. It was just two big at the market block orders, right? So they just smashed the ask. Very little volume overall, but you know, obviously the potential for the price to increase is great. Climb it back up. Yeah. Can you imagine Gherkin grinding on the rails at Trader Joe's with a fresh pair of soaps? Oh man. How come these hearings don't ask the real questions like they did at first? They didn't ask the real questions back then either. Baba looks like it's gonna break out. Interesting. I don't care about this stock anymore. I don't care about BBIG. Still watching this one. This one's a little more interesting. This still hasn't run. Iron Net's garbage. Close those up. I forget all the money I made this week's on Baba. And IronNet. I closed the IronNet puts. That was nice. I would say the strongest brokerages are Fidelity, Schwab, and Vanguard in terms of holdings and then assets under management. And Fidelity's been a fucking rock since like 1946. They've survived multiple market crashes, untold black swan events. Like, what do you mean, what's next week looking like, Smooth? You're in here every day, you son of a bitch. I've explained the futures rollovers to you. At least go look at the daily DD from yesterday. I expect an increase in volume starting on the 13th and upward price action. Could DPLS be a good stock to trade? I have no idea what that is. No. It's doing stuff. I don't know what they do. I don't know anything about them. The best advice I can give to anybody just starting out in this is stay the fuck away from penny stocks. They're not worth your time or effort. Shitloads of money can be made on them, but far more money is lost. One sec, guys. I'll be right back. No, probably not MOASS, but some nice volume. That looks like a bull move. It was a big bid-ask spread, and they slammed it. It's interesting. Is CI squeezing? I have no idea. Maybe. Let's find out. Cashies. SPY looking like it's coming back nicely. GameStop failing its test. Would IBKR be a bad choice for Jamie Moss? Now, while normally I would highly recommend IBKR for day trading, I think they're by far one of the best brokerages for order execution. They charge a commission, but you don't get front run. But for MOASS, no, I wouldn't hold my GameStop there. There were some issues that they had back in January that I think left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths in regards to holding their shares there. Not to mention, they're also one of the primary lenders of shares to borrow. Well, I picked up those SPY calls at 4:35 yesterday. Those are doing really good, and then I got a couple more here for 4:42 for tomorrow. I think if we break 4:42, then it's probably going to test 4:45. Oh, I just had some cashews. If you have 25K in your account, can you day trade immediately, or do you have to have a margin account? Okay, so the 25K rule that you're describing applies to margin accounts. And what that does is it eliminates the pattern day trader violations. So as long as the balance of your cash and holdings in your margin account at the close of every day are in excess of 25,000, you cannot receive a pattern day trader violation. See you, hand. Yeah, but the order execution's terrible, Spencer. PDT violations aren't a fine. If you get enough of them, they simply suspend purchasing on your account. Is it over yet? I got the cashews just for you, Cool Daddy. Do you want me to choose some more? I can choose some more. Hold on. Everyone else, mute your headphones. This is just for Cool Daddy. Oh my god, my pants. I love how split the audience is on me chewing into the microphone. 50% of you sexually stimulated. The other 50% of you absolutely disgusted. Exit with a small loss. Sounds like you're having a bad run, Bob Lewis. Don't go on tilt. Ever seen the movie Better Off Dead? I think I have, but I don't remember it. Like it didn't leave a meaningful impression on me, maybe. Crunchy good, smacking disgusting. Some 50-50. Can you get a firmer net meat for tomorrow? Like an almond? Cashew opinion poll. Make a Cool Daddy level of membership, and song is just you crunching for 2 full minutes. Is the nut chewing and swallowing ASMR the Twitch equivalent of licking a microphone? Maybe. Although I wouldn't want to lick my microphone. It's covered in mold. Cheers, dude. My dog now thinks I've got crisps or nuts. I hope you have one of those two things. Almonds are for the poors, just one step above nut meats. What's the most expensive nut? Okay, everyone can hear me just fine. I turned my microphone all the way up. Well, no more complaints about the microphone. No, I sold my party calls. Probably right before it ripped. I don't know what that is, Wayne. Hazelnuts are oddly expensive. Interesting. Got any more of those stock booster packs? No, nobody signed up for WeBull in weeks. WeBull doesn't work on my operating system. Fucking operating system are you using, the Danistan? It works on Linux, Mac, and Windows. $160 Mohadala. Yeah, it works on Linux as well. You could probably load WeBull up onto a fucking Game Boy. It's like Skyrim. Oh, I see. I want a picture of my driver's license, so no dice. Fidelity will request that from you too if you try to transfer any significant amount of money out. I made a Weeble. What's a booster pack? Oh, I get free stocks when you use my referral link. It's usually just Genworth Financial, but at one point I used to get a lot of concrete stocks, and that went away. Weeble is like the Dark Souls of stock apps. When they announced an infrastructure bill, CX went bye-bye. Yeah, they only give you the shittiest of stocks. Kirk, look at the spy comments section. Yeah, no. Yeah, back if you signed up for Webull or Robinhood or whatever that other one is, back in like August through November of last year, you would have gotten free GameStop from like all of them. Is Baba done for the day? Maybe. I mean, the market's coming down. I should set a stop limit on my couple of contracts that I have here. They have 4,000 Tesla stocks to give away. Have you checked options data today? No, I haven't. I could. This website doesn't have a dark mode. It's so bright. Let's see what's happening here. Ooh. Lots of 180 puts. Some 175 calls for tomorrow. Big increase in the open interest on those. Some 180s for tomorrow. Shitload of October 15th 180s got bought. And some October 15th 175s. Looks like they're buying some in the money puts right now, though. Then CX and GNW also have massive short positions. No, I think they just suck. VIX calls for October 20th. Why? Yeah, WeBull gave me an apple once. Thanks, Lentil Burrito. Have fun on your trip, man. What do you think about spy puts for October 18th? Might not be a bad idea, but I'd buy them further out. Because if you buy them now, you're just going to lose money on them. So if you're going to buy them for the 18th, you want to either buy them on the 18th or like on the 15th, or you want to buy them for a later date. So you don't. Because if you buy them now, you're just going to lose theta until they print. If you're trying to play like the SLD drop that occurs. That was just like a share of Apple. Did I add CEI over here? Gross. I like that GameStop's just consistently up every day, though. That's nice. That's on 1022 GME 200s. Not bad. I expect the price action to peak on the 28th. So if, I mean, I don't know. I feel like you can play the run up, or you can try to. But ideally, you would have options further out in case this doesn't happen. Then you're not going to lose that much theta. Someone please remind me at the end of the stream today to transfer shares. If you're on. I just know I'll forget. To DRS? I'm transferring them to Fidelity. I have another WeBull account that I need to get the shares out of completely. Reminder, transfer shares to CS today. Set a reminder for 3:55 to remind Girk to sell everything. Thanks, CJ. I appreciate that. What's ETMM in the order book? It's an exchange. I don't know which one it is. Did you sell your AMC position yet? No, I still haven't gotten my password. I have to do like a whole thing because I locked the account trying different passwords. And so I have to like contact their support team. It's not even worth the hassle. No, Snowcase. Oh, J Fresh. I can do it until 5 p.m. I don't have to do it at 3:55, but I keep forgetting every day, and I mean to do it. I think right now I have 3x shares in WeBull total, and that's way too many to have in WeBull. You think 1029 200s would be cheaper tomorrow? Yeah, that's how that works. And Munger just boosted his Baba stake by 83%. Nice. I think I'm gonna get stopped out here soon. I have a stop around there, but I'm losing theta, so tonight, China's markets are going. They go live tonight. 9:30 p.m. They had a national holiday. Looks like they will drive the price down around the 15th. We go. Why? What are you talking about on the 15th? Are you still talking about the fucking Brazilian puts double down? That's not a thing. I like how Biden met with CEOs yesterday. Then all of a sudden they have a deal done in the Senate today. Standard. If the low holds this time, yeah. 10K GME sell wall at 174. I see it. I wouldn't hold it overnight, Vass, because the China markets are opening tonight for the first time this week, and the SPY could see a serious hit tomorrow. It may not, but you're already up plenty, right? Like don't be I don't know. I wouldn't want to be greedy with that. Like the ones I bought yesterday, right before close, I'm definitely not carrying those overnight. Would you mind giving a bit of insight on your general approach to finding profitable options contracts and the things you avoid? That's a very broad spectrum question. Do you want to specify something particular? No more chat for you. Okay, so I didn't want 185, but this is sad too. Why? This is your, you should be happy AF right now. Look, I'm down $69 on my 200s for next week. SPY consolidating, but which way is it gonna break? No one knows. Thank you for becoming a pigeon. Well, Double Town. I appreciate it, man. Is it gonna do its thing? I'm gonna get a chant started here. Thank you so much, Double Down. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Pigeon Whale Society. Or the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. What's the full name of the channel? I'll roll out the red carpet. Well, you get the chance and the things. I don't know what you expect. You want to become a pigeon whale and not get all the stuff? A paper hand? Paper hand what? I'm happy in the short term, but they're massacring my boy. Moonwind, the price is up like $1.50 today. This is a great day. You paper-handed pigeon whale? Well, you're back now, so all is forgiven. How did I not know this? If any of you pigeon whales notice the disappearance of another pigeon whale, let me know. Vince, dude, what the fuck? Is everyone going to start FOMOing into pigeon whale while the price tanks? Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the upgrade. Hit me up on the Discord and I will get you added. Oh, no, I don't even have to. You're just upgraded. Yeah, you're already in there, man. Thank you so much, man. Let's get a thing going.
to be a billionaire, so freaking
Enjoy flexing on the pores and chugging rosé. Thank you guys. I appreciate the memberships. Is this a cult? No. What the fuck are you talking about? It's a infotainment focused stock stream / cooking channel. Thank you, Oda. Definitely not a cult. Jenny, it's okay. Don't feel uncomfortable. Let the Gregorian chants carry you towards the Lady VWAP. May your stocks forever go up. Occasional beauty tips. It's true. Speaking of which, I got a peach pit scrub, and my pores have never been so clean. Told you, sold everything to get my Pigeon Whale membership back. Now let's buy some calls. What the fuck? Zakir's other wife. Oh my god, you're not supposed to spend the child support on that. Thank you so much for becoming a Pigeon Whale. Let's load up another one. Are you guys just paying me to hear the chants?
so freaking
Welcome.
Crazy Whopper, hashtag not a call. So freaking bad. So freaking bad. So
Thank you so much, Secure's other wife. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to all the appropriate channels after the stream. Because the Dillionaires are chanting to the ascension of the Pigeon Whale. And because I don't have a longer Pigeon Whale song. This is too much. I know. Nick, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. The chants are clearly not stopping today. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club. I appreciate it. It's a lot of Pigeon Whales. It's more than one. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. We've got like a slow cue going, like a. And add that to make that a chant. Like Carmen. Ooh. Chant while we tip. MOASS is going the wrong way. The Amish people nearby think I'm in a cult. Interesting. Is the Pigeon Wheel song going to be drinking music? Like a polka? I don't know. Andreas! Thank you so much for coming to Cornichon, dude. Cornichon. I have another one too, don't I? I got this one. Oh, that was the same one. Okay. Never mind. What was this one?
Welcome to Cornichon.
Ugh. But, ah. That did things to my ears I didn't like. It like tickled the inside of my ears. Today's dish, you get 1 chicken and stuff it with 2 cut up lemons, rind on. Wipe olive oil plus salt, pepper on the outside, place in the oven for 90 minutes. 180C, 350 for juicy chicken. That sounds very lemony. I'm in a cult now. You can call me Andy. I'll probably just continue to call you Andreas. But good to know. You're not in a cult, by the way. This is a financial stock stream. That's what you do to your ears when you chew. I'm sorry, I have to eat something. I'm on here for 7.5 hours. What do you want me to do? Starve? Probably. Now let's get back to your special scrub brush. Scrub brush. Am I getting my hair washed tonight? Try it. It's not too lemony, I promise. There's nothing else. Just salt, pepper, and lemon. You should toss some like oregano in there or something. That thing you call a shower story? You say a lot of confusing things to me, Double Down. So just take this peach pit and grate my face with it. Basically. Yeah. But first you crush the peach pit up into a fine powder. Get a feeding tube. Recipe needs some paprika or chili powder for color. I'm confused, Double Down. Are you washing my hair or not? Don't stone fruits have arsenic in them? Who cares? I think it's cyanide, though, that you're thinking of. No one's paper handing GME. By the way, thanks for everything so far. Will there be a sleeping poll later? What kind of sleeping poll are you interested in? Like how long I slept last night? I can tell you that I was awakened at 7 a.m. by people wanting to remove a window in my apartment. The issue with you showing your calf on screen if we hit 185 is an everyday ongoing thing. No. I do olive oil, fennel, thyme, garlic, lemon zest, and lemon juice. Spatchcock my chicken. Shouldn't do that to chickens, David. Been hanging out with Matt Corris too much, I see. You're trying to make other friends? I roast for 450 for 40 minutes. Make a white wine sauce. Nice. Ina Garten's recipe. Sounds good. Although I don't know if I want to eat a chicken that you've cooked. Spatch or not. A few weeks ago, I hired Doug the Bounty Hunter to try to track down all of the FTDs. Good news, he found them and says covering will start soon. Also told me to go with Christ. That's a weird day. Yes, I worry about our cleaner not sleeping enough. Hey, I slept for a solid like 3.5 hours last night. All right, I'm great. I am allergic to stone fruit, but not the stone part. It's the fruit part that I'm allergic to. 10K cell wall gone. Like magic. I know we already talked about this, but is there validity in these RSS short position, or is it trash? What are you referring to, Bob? SS short position. My girlfriend loves my spatchcock chicken. It's her favorite. Nice. Do you listen to the cult music to get your sleep at night? No. Grapefruits are helpful with bull milking. Good to know. Am I what now? Wait, what trash can? Just softened butter and a head of garlic, salt, pepper, olive oil, roast at 45 for 375. Sounds good. I think he's referring to a post on RSS on reported Jamie short positions on Fintel. Okay, I know nothing about it. Jaskarat Matharu. Welcome to the Billionaires, man. Thank you so much for the membership. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the Billionaires Country Club directly after the stream. I appreciate the support. It means a lot. I also like to marinate my pork, Bradistonk. It adds a lot of flavor to what is otherwise a bland meat. How do you like your meat cooked? It depends on the meat. Like, I don't want to eat medium chicken. I miss secret DD hype. I know, I never should have given it to you guys, right? Yeah, I don't think we should be sacrificing any animals just yet. Medium cheese. You're missing out. Medium rare chicken just melts in your mouth. We raise our own beef, no shots, no hormones. It's so good. The place I buy from's like that. They source all their beef from like this little like organic farm where they like pet the fucking cows all day or something. I don't know. It tastes great. They charge me more, but I feel like it's worth it. I want to know the cow that I'm eating was killed unexpectedly by someone it's loved its entire life. You can taste the betrayal, and that's the best flavor. Someone posted a link, but there's a paywall. Citadel, I have Citadel. It's crazy puts. Not that we don't know that, right? Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's not new information, is it? Did something change? Did more stuff pop up? The taste of betrayal is so good. No, I haven't watched Squid Game. So the MOASS right around the corner. Can we expect you to hear? Can we expect you to hear of you afterwards? I expect to hear a lot about me. Um, I will return for one stream, provided Carl purchases the exact outfit that Gloria Stefan wore in her music video for the song Conga, and then performs the song live in the Pigeon Whales chat. If that occurs, I'll return for one more stream before I disappear. It's a small blue dress and a rhinestone studded shoulder padded jacket. It's fantastic. And it's going to look fucking great on Carl. Because as we've determined already, he's a very pretty boy. $2,779,800. That's a lot of shares. New to on Super Sonic explains like none of us will ever get our money, even after MOASS. Interesting. Oh no, the cooking stream's totally separate, Ty. But there will be no stock talk on the cooking stream. Can the last stream be a members only stream? Just one final flex on the poor, please. Oh, the last stream will definitely be a members only stream. The post MOASS stream, David Elsingo. And it'll be only open to disciple or pontiffs of VWAP. Do you kiss my mother with that mouth? No. We don't kiss. Can you teach me how to make a proper deep dish pizza? Oh, absolutely, Bob. First, you take some flour and some butter, and you kind of like make a pie crust, right? And then you mold that to the inside of a deep dish pan, and you proof it, and then you pull it out, and then you fill it up with pizza toppings. You throw that back in the oven until those are cooked into a nice like pizza soup. And then you pull it out of the oven, let it cool, and then dump it directly in the fucking trash. Can I still pay my membership even though you aren't streaming? I don't know. Yes? You should be on Food Network with kind of cooking breakdown. Oh, what's GameStop doing? Okay, that's fine. You need to post a how-to video of you making a deep dish pizza using those directions. Deep dish or Domino's? Ugh, neither one. The Chicago like pub style pizzas are way better than deep dish. Deep dish is foul. It's it's literally a pie. It's like someone was like, "Oh, I fucked up making this cheesecake. Let me just throw some pizza toppings in here." What even is pizza pie? All right, should I get more coffee now that I'm feeling really comfortable with my spy position, or later? I kind of want to buy another one of these now. Damn it. It's kind of like when Moonwind meets your eye. Why don't you try Gorilla Mode pre-workout? It's much tastier than coffee and much better. I have to disagree with that. I remember Gherkin nearly died from a croissant. I don't think Bob liked my explanation. The soup part threw me off. If you guys can, hit the like. It's a big help. I appreciate it. I feel like most of you already have. But we're at 999, so it's so close. After the pizza combo, can you tell us about how beautiful MOASS should be? Honestly, it does scare me a little. It'll be glorious, Job. I'm working on courage, smashing my privates against the doorknob. Okay, well, I don't know if that's how you develop courage, but if it works for you, you know. Was that before or after Moonwind shorted Hood? It's how I relate all Pi-Fi timelines now. Courage is developed by removing the headphone jack from iPhones. I mean, they're not the only ones that have removed the headphone jack. Oh yeah, salt reduces the bitterness of Bithead. I've had a couple espresso roasts where I'll put like a couple salt crystals in it to kind of just take the bite out. I usually press like 5 or 6 times a stream. Thanks, Multi Bliss. No, Detroit style is pretty solid. Are you a fan of hummus? Do you lather that on your pizza like a Californian? I'm not a huge fan of hummus. And no, I don't lather it on pizza. That's disgusting. I don't even know if Californians do that. Samsung still has them? Really? Because I'm looking at my Samsung phone right now, and it doesn't have a single fucking headphone jack anywhere on it. Here's my daily comment. You're welcome. Thanks, Who's Coughing Now. I appreciate it. Mid-range phones have them for some reason. Oh, weird. Can poor people not afford AirPods? Yeah, French fries and burritos I've never understood either. Specifically San Diego. San Diegans like to put French fries on their burrito. Somehow superior audio quality was relegated to mid-range phones. Shiba rug pull took my profit nearly at perfect time, but not much, but all buys more GMA. Cool. Misplaced or excessive admiration for a particular person or thing. Nope, not in a cult. Exactly. Now you're getting it. French tacos? They have tacos in France? I have a headphone jack down my lower back. I think that's called a butthole. So that's a butthole, sir. Jeff the Poor came over to my place yesterday and ordered a supreme pizza. He made a special request to add pineapple. It was horrid and everyone was upset with him. He left shortly after. Thanks for that. I appreciate the tale, David. It's good to know. Taco. Does it worry you that another major difference between January and March and now is the volume? Not so much, right? Because the bid-ask spread is so much wider. So you don't need the same amount of volume to accomplish the same amount of increase in price. It had mushrooms and pineapple on it. It was a travesty. It must be terrible. It's okay, David. I've had awful friends too. I understand. I went to Chipotle in Paris after the worst hangover of my life, and let me tell you, France has Chipotle and it's fire. Interesting. Yeah, they have different rules about what they can feed people in Europe. They're more favorable to the people eating the food. Spy gonna do anything else exciting today? I don't know. It's still early, right? Okay, I'll admit that was a little weird. Hello, Jeff the Poor, Pigeon Whale. Do you think anyone can anything? I do think anyone can anything they put their mind to, regardless of circumstances. For the most part. Asian market's gonna rip tonight. They might. Then what? How's that MACD looking? TTM. MACD not so great. TTM's interesting. It's getting near like a fire signal, but not there yet. Is Citadel allowed to pay social media influencers? I don't. I don't know. I would imagine that that would be construed as market manipulation. But they already pay the news and shit, right? So. Ew. Citadel pays the Fed. What should I order for dinner? Hmm. Where do you? Where, what state do you live in, Vince? Well, 200. Yeah, the news is definitely the most popular form of market manipulation. 200-day MA is creeping up to 160. How do you suppose the price will interact with it? Hmm. I don't know. I've been focused more on the EMAs, and we bounced off the 160 EMA yesterday. Uh, I think we'll probably still stay significantly above the 200 MA for a while. And if we were to dip below it, I'm sure we would climb right back. Like we'd bounce back immediately. Amsterdam, it's 8 in the evening now. I don't even know what kind of food they have there. Waffle? A smoke and a pancake? Potted beef? Like something on toast? Or like an open faced sandwich, right? Is that a thing? One of those. Pot brownie. My dad visiting. My dad's visiting in from out of town. No, I'm not. I'm watching for the first time. Say hi, Captain Ron's dad. Hello, Captain Ron's dad. How are you? Are you getting your food suggestions from Goldmember? No. It's going alright, Sahib. How you doing? I thought in Amsterdam everyone had absinthe for breakfast. I don't know what they do at Amsterdam. They ride bikes. A lot of bike riding. I'm gonna look up Amsterdam food. These like bitter ballin things look really good. Ooh. Stampot? Oh, that looks delicious. How about Riechstaffel? You can go for like a rice table thing. What should I get for lunch? Live in Colorado. Arby's? What other good food do they have in Denver? Panda Express? All right, forget I asked. I've had enough. Is the chili good in Denver? I've never really spent any time in Denver. I just assume it's part of the Midwest, right? Do they have tornadoes there? So after 19K buy-in, we drift down to $3. We drift down $3. Any ideas? We're just chopping. I still expect us to remain flat for the entire week. Not really in Denver, east of Denver. Okay, that makes sense. I know the Midwest starts in Colorado. Like things get flat and then they stay that way. Thoughts on Boeing? But buy or sell on transportation picking up. Captain Ron, I would look into if there are any airlines looking to make purchases right now. I'd imagine COVID has caused probably some sell-off in the fleets. So if they start buying in or ordering new, then you could see a decent uptick in price. But I don't think travel's picking up that much yet. And I don't know how much they benefit from the infrastructure bill. You'd have to look into that. See how much money they're spending on lobbying for it. This is a cooking channel. Please stop talking about stocks. So if the theory is correct for T35, do you like weekly calls or better to look at every November? Early November. I I like weeklies. Weeklies are fine if they're risky, but I like weeklies. But the primary dates I'm looking for are November 19th right now, and a little bit down the road, like January and April of next year. After MOASS, I will build an empire to rival Panda Express. It will be called Walk You Like a Hurricane. That's fantastic. All you have to do is make the chicken not out of foam, and people will eat there. There isn't another instrument a user. He was asking what date I was looking at options for, David. And the anomalies that should occur between the 13th and the 28th of October. So here, I'll describe here this. Wait, hold on. I need a better color. This is where my head's at on this. This is the Midwest. Does that make more sense? It's pink. Just like an end sub. Hold on, wait, I have more. This is corn. Corn can be found in the center of the Midwest. Don't forget that this in New York is also the Midwest. This is the Hudson Valley, and this is the city. There's a lot of Midwest in the U.S. For those of you that are over in Europe, it's kind of like this area. Like, think of how often you want to go visit the south of Poland. or over here. That way. I need to move it this way. Give me a call if you want to go for a combine ride. What are you doing with your spy calls? They're gone. They stopped out. They've been gone for a little while now. Do you think tomorrow's CPI data will cause the SPY to move down from inflation? Wasn't inflation down in the last report, though? Tom? So, I mean, inflation might be down again, and that could be a bullish signal. Real inflation, no, but reported, yes. Hey. What if I could fill another one? Which is the best DD you have read so far? That's a good question. DFV's DD was solid as fuck. I really liked the ETF DD that guy who deleted his account wrote. I actually saw one recently that I liked a lot, but I saved it on my Reddit profile, but I'll have to look it up because I'm not sure who the author was. Does the share offering possibly play into less of a run this month? And maybe DRSing could offset some thoughts. There is no share offering, Mr. Finch. There's no share offering at all. I have 4 pounds of bacon in my freezer. Hey, listen, anybody who went long bacon futures back when Powell started talking about them is pretty rich right now. T plus 69. Yeah, it's a good DD. I've read so many at this point that it's hard to even remember a quarter of them. Leave me anon. Yeah, that was the guy. I have 20 pounds of pork belly in a deep freezer. Does this make me a day trader? At least a commodities trader. The whale tooth DD is tops. What do you think of Jimmy Split? It'd be interesting. We've talked about this a bunch in the past, Henny. They would have to buy back some shares if they were going to split 4-1, though. I think like they'd have to buy back 1.5 million shares, which I mean they could do. Anomaly with an A. What price action on those dates? I don't know. I don't know how dramatic the effect is going to be. I just expect it to occur. Because like there's too many variables when you compare it to last September. Like liquidity was much higher back then. The bid-ask spread wasn't as wide. Retail interest wasn't nearly as present. So there's a lot of things that could make it, far more volatile this time around, and there's some things that can make it less volatile. Like there probably aren't the same number of registered shares as Cohen registered in August. At least not yet. And those registered shares didn't come in one block. The short positions risk has changed, right, as they've moved the short position into derivatives. So there's a lot different now than there was then. I don't, Steven. Also, didn't he like paper hand or something? You see your confidence highs for the coming months. What if nothing happened? Would you consider the whole MOASS thesis to be invalid? That depends. That actually depends greatly on what happens in the next couple of months. Any chance that nothing's going to happen? Yep. That's why I've said repeatedly that it's simply a theory. I don't know if it's going to play out or not. While I have a lot of confirmation and things line up and it looks good, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to repeat itself. Tempo 101, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate the membership. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's over. Here's a nice chant for you. This is not a cult. It is not a cult and not financial advice. These are the two tenets to which Pickle Financial holds itself. But gravity is just a theory to you. Yeah. Not so much kick the can to infinity, but I worry if too much time has passed, or if too much time passes between now and potential for MOASS, right? I think that the potential for MOASS starts to reduce if like we can't exceed the price levels needed to create margin calls. So, and that would imply that they've managed to pack up the short position into far out derivatives, and then they could start to affect a squeeze like Tesla, possibly. But I still think that the short interest is too high, and now with DRSing, that seems less and less likely that they could pull that off. Like that's not going to be easy for them to do. and also all the regulation that's gone into effect to protect the broader market and protect other participants, all seems like a hedge against them being fucked, right? Um, even though I don't think that's going to happen, there theoretically, yeah, that's possible. I guess that they could try to kick the can forever, but then the price of the stock's going to continue to just go up forever, right? So nothing changes. You still just buy and hold it. I mean, no matter what, like they're gonna have to cover at some point. You see, have more paper hands, but then you have the people committed to it also buying more, like over a long period of time, right, Mr. Finch? So like even if some people sell, others will buy. So it's the net loss is not remarkable, I don't think. It'll just keep having mini squeezes. Yeah, mini squeezes with higher and higher floors. But I think the short interest is too high because like any one of those mini squeezes presents such significant risk for them at this point, right? Like if it starts to cross into that threshold where their margins at risk, then it just takes off. Which is the difference between Tesla, right? Is it was like very managed and structured exiting of the short positions. Um, this that's not really possible because retail's trapped them, um and there's no liquidity left in the stock. Tesla split, which relieved pressure um twice, right? I want to see what to do with Kansas on the daily time scale. Yeah, Tesla's overvalued. That's part of the reason. It's also sentiment. What are your thoughts on a market crash being a catalyst to MOASS? It could be. Um, I don't know if it's definitive, but I mean the market's got to crash, actually crash, for it to be a catalyst for MOASS. Like they have to lose a significant amount of money on their long positions. One split. Oh, okay. I think I got in. I got into Tesla right before the split. Um, but I thought it had already split before that. The stock ever traded sideways this hard? Yeah. A lot of stocks just trade sideways. She bought me a Tesla share at paper anniversary for like $110. Nice. Are you as confident on MOASS as let's say a month ago? Yeah, nothing's really changed on my, at least for me. I'm very very confident that the pressure is mounting. Until I see some sort of deviation to the bear side from like the buy and hold DD, Jose. So unless I see a significant amount of covering take place, or a significant drop in price and increase in volume, I expect that we are only ever nearing the squeeze, not moving further away from it. It's slow, but it's consistent as hell. You can also just like look at like covered calls on GME for that, for like people selling puts on GameStop for that, right? Like you could have sold them here and here and here and here and here and just never been assigned ever, right? Like the floor is always higher. So GameStop truly only goes up. These like intraday price movements on a million volume are just irrelevant. You got to stop letting them get to you. What would be a significant price increase? Below 100 at this point would be crazy. Even below like the 200 MA would be nuts at this point. I think the buying pressure at those levels increases astronomically, right? Like institutions are going to jump in at those prices. No, I don't think GameStop will initiate the catalyst themselves. If we've been buying and holding now for 9 months, why no steady price movement? I don't know what you mean, D-pipe. You're looking at it wrong. There is steady price movement. The price of GameStop has only gone up since February. Also, Lovelight would like me to tell you to start a new stream about how to be appropriately rich. There's no updated figures released for registered shares as far as I know, unless somebody registers publicly. How much is the company's duty to shake the shorts? I love Ryan, but his first priority is turn around the business, right? Yes. But turning around the business in and of itself is what shakes shorts. That's how you get rid of shorts. Even now, like analysts can still write a bear case for GameStop that is convincing enough for investors at these funds. GameStop has not yet turned around, is the point. Like it doesn't matter how you feel about it from an institutional standpoint. This is a risky investment with not a lot of forward outlook. Spy what doing? Coming down. It's doing a big down. Sad about something. Probably some bad news. White House. Effective, no acrimony. Says talks involve tough and direct exchanges on Taiwan Strait. Says more talks needed. I don't know. So we are early. Yeah. Well, WD from an analyst perspective, yeah. That's why you still see analysts writing you know, $14 price targets for GameStop because A, short sellers need those analyst reports to confirm their thesis on being short the stock. That way, when they go to their investors' meetings and their investors are like, why the fuck are you short on this? They can go, well, look at all these analyst reports. High-end e-commerce talent? No. It adds a little bit, but the CEO has never been a CEO before. He has to prove himself, right? I'm not saying he won't, or but he has to do that. That's going to take time. And so yeah, ultimately the best thing that GameStop can do is show growth and profits on paper quarter over quarter. CEO is muzzled so he can never prove himself. He's not muzzled. He did essentially he didn't run Amazon in Australia. He was head of AWS, right? For Australia. I wonder if CEO is more of a figurehead or if I actually wonder about that too. Like, I wonder how hands on and involved RC is from a chairman perspective. I mean, generally, the chairman's not super involved in day to day. DFE and RC muzzled. You were the face of the movement. We're so grateful you can't show your gratitude enough. Thanks, you, the one Neo. Thanks, Jose. I appreciate that, man. That's right. You don't need any press conferences. It helps. I mean, like, you can look at Elon, and Elon, while not the best CEO, is a master of like selling his shit to people, right? Like, he's a good salesman. He's a good showman and a good salesman. He gets people excited about his products and his stock, and that's why things like Tesla are just wildly overvalued, right? Because he pumps market sentiment. I can already tell that that's not Ryan Cohen's approach. But that doesn't mean he's going to run a bad company, right? There are plenty of companies that are fucking excellent that don't do that shit. Oh, cool, Joseph. Thank you. I will. Furlong was country leader overseeing Amazon Australia. That was his position? That's a weird title. I thought he was head of AWS for Australia. Technical advisor to the head of America's North American consumer business. Okay, I'm getting all kinds of information about this. Does anybody know what he actually did? Consumer retail head in Australia. Okay. Thanks, Leagues. I still don't understand why Elon has that effect. Because he knows what promises to make that he doesn't have to deliver on. Cat finally doing things. Good. Not AWS. Okay. Oh, I mean, like, I absolutely believe in GameStop's forward potential. Don't get me wrong here. I'm just saying that there's a lot of easy holes to poke in our sentiment towards that, right? Currently. And that'll shift, but that's what GameStop's doing. And my point is they don't need to do something extreme to force the shorts out. If they have a good business model and they're going to make money going forward and improve the business, that's all they need to do, right? And it's risk free. I mean, the CEO's like average per share price is like 225, right? He's definitely going to be incentivized to get that share price over that in the months and quarters to come. Or an Amazon retail for all of Australia. Okay. He still is not experienced as a CEO of an independent corporation, right? He worked as a on a branch of a larger corporation. So this is a significant move up for him. I'm sure he's got the required talents to do the job. And I'm sure this is an excellent opportunity to prove himself, right? But it's not like we pulled in the fucking like a CEO, like a big name CEO, right? So he's new. He's like a fresh face, and investor sentiment, a long term investor sentiment, is gonna want to vet him before they put their money behind him, and that's just only natural. Yeah, I mean it's the difference between running a business that operates in one state and then moving to a business that operates in like six. Yeah, I'm sure it is different being a CEO. Similar, but different. I agree. No, I'm saying that there are negatives and positives to all of this, right? GameStop looks very good long term from my perspective, but people with bigger money are more risk adverse. I don't want fucking Adam Aaron to be our CEO. Right after you talked about Tesla, it formed a big ol' up. Give me 1 sec, guys. If I transfer them now, I should have them in Fidelity by Tuesday. Well, if I transfer them after hours, it could be Wednesday, right? Has anybody done a transfer recently to Fidelity? No kids, Mama Goose. Hey, brought Dogecoin to AMC. He can bring it to GME too. Gross. If Adam Aaron became the CEO of GameStop, I would fucking sell all my shares. So, from day of transfer, this is important. Kyoto. So is it T+2 or T+3? I'm just worried it's not going to go through again. TDA Fidelity took 3 days. Okay. Just transferred from TDA to Fidelity 2 days ago. Transfer on Thursday. I had them on Tuesday. Okay, yeah, so T+3. Tuesday morning, I assume, before market open. I think I've gotten to the point in my life now where I can't count days normally anymore. Like I think like people will say a date to me and then I just assume that there's a transaction day and they're miscounting it. Mine should up before market open. Okay, so if I yeah, that's in time then. I should be good. Do you know how long George Sherman and Donald Foss shares are locked up or when they can dump them? I'm not sure, a user. Are you moving off Weeble? No, no. I'm transferring 5 out of this account and XXX out of my other Weeble account because I don't want them in there anymore. Don't forget to transfer your shares and happy birthday to you. Thank you, Slizzard. I appreciate that. When when you go to college, will you remember days and deadlines? Probably not. I'm still thinking about that. I still have like a couple weeks to decide if I'm gonna attend in January or not. I also spoke with like one of the people in the guidance offices yesterday to see if I can switch to like the part-time program, which I might be able to do concurrently with what I'm doing here. No, I didn't didn't say I was transferring shares to CS. I'm just moving shares over to Fidelity out of WeBull. If your account is over 25K, Fidelity will cover the transfer fees. Am I going to transfer? I don't know if I'm going to transfer to that Fidelity account. You see everyone YOLO crazy amounts into 223 950s. You think those will print even just from IV? Yeah, they can just print on IV. Yeah, it could be under 1 million volume today. I wouldn't go back if I were you. You don't need the degree, I don't think. I mean, yeah, but shit happens, right? And if like everything were to fall apart, it's a good backup. Like I can get like if I get my MFE and my MBA, I can get like a pretty solid position at any number of like funds or banks. I mean, I would just be getting it to cover my ass, but I don't know. I have to decide on something in the next couple of weeks though, or I can't get my money back, and I'm still gonna lose like 10% of it, which is a lot. If you're okay with getting a C in a class, I can help you. That's fun talk. Why do you need a good job at a bank when MOASS is imminent? Who the fuck knows? Maybe I'll blow $1 billion after MOASS and end up broke like a lottery winner. Yeah, I'm not gonna work for fucking Citadel. Definitely not after this stream. Are you kidding me? Do you believe in the NFT gossip? I don't know what it is. What is it? The dividend thing again? If that's the case, no. You should probably go work for the USGS and tell them how much they've messed up the maps. No, I don't drink a lot of protein shakes. If I'm working out, I do. No, the games and digital content online marketplace. I mean, that's what I think the NFT is going to be for, and I'm stoked for it. It seems like a good move in a space that's really unexplored, and being first to market with that would be huge. Like, I think far bigger than people think. Uh, I I still think a lot of the market doesn't realize how fucking valuable the gaming industry is. I don't know if that's just, like just the mentality that like video games are for children or something like that, or I'm not really sure what influences that. I think that's part of it, but I think video games have already surpassed the movie industry in a lot of regards, right? And profits. If the NFT is not MOASS related, then why is it taking so long? Dude, how long do you think you just fucking like create an entire NFT marketplace in a few months? I mean, shit, they just hired the guys like 2 months ago or 3 months ago. You're talking about like a multi-year development thing. This isn't just like, here it is. That's not how that shit works at all. Even if it was for a dividend, it would take longer than 3 months to develop. $171.06 end of day. Ew. I don't like that price. I'd much rather close the day above 172.50. I think the sell wall at 174 got pulled. It would take less time for an NFT dividend than a whole marketplace. Yeah. Still don't think they're gonna do it. Is this thing fucking ripping yet or what? I'm gonna take the 15% loss. Maybe not. Let's hold it for a second. Ow. You holding anything overnight with potential China potentially bombing? I mean my GameStop calls that I have here, but other than that, no. When are you exiting Baba? I think I already have. Let me see. Nope, not yet. Very close though. If they drop like another $5, I'm out of them. Which will just happen because of Theta, most likely. No, China market's open at 9 o'clock tonight. I don't think esports is a profitable endeavor. I think it's good advertising, but that's about it. People ask why GameStop for the long term. I say, have you ever heard of this bookstore called Amazon? What about streaming video rental store that Blockbuster wouldn't buy? I had Indian food a few days ago for dinner. It very much upset my tummy. Like, it didn't make me sick, but it just like, I had like stomach cramps for like an hour and then it just went away, but it was weird. I think it was just like too spicy. I told them hot and they made it like extra, extra hot. Bubble guts. Well, I initiated a transfer to Ardale, I initiated a transfer like I think it was like last week or the week before for like a few shares just to test it, and it got kicked back. And I messaged WeBull support, but they didn't get back to me at all. I like spicy. I just don't like the kind of spicy where that's the only flavor. Like it's so fucking hot that it's just burning your mouth. I don't like that shit. Feels to me like they teased the NFT too early. Probably. Also, people just like ran all over the place with like every single scrap of news that comes out of GameStop. There's always like 50 different theories, and then everyone runs with one. Like, I feel like nobody even thinks about it, or they just run with the one that like makes it seem like MOASS will occur the soonest. Are you on margin in Weeble? Or do you have covered calls? I don't have covered calls, and I'm not on margin at Weeble. Both of my Weeble accounts are cash. Is this the reason other transfers were getting rejected? Yeah, I know. I don't understand why the transfer got rejected. Because I did one for 3 like a few months ago when KO was trying to find out how long it took to transfer. I think him and like Zakura were both trying to kind of figure it out. And so I did one for like 3 shares, and it took T plus 3 days. It went through no problem. And then this one I'm having like I had issues with, and now it's like I don't know if I want them locked up, but I need to get them out of Weeble because I want to close my other Weeble accounts. Because I mean, if China tanks, there could be issues possibly. Remember when we FOMOed into SLGG? I don't, or at least yeah, I didn't. Hells. At my job, we service tons of restaurants, and Indian restaurants are way more likely to have cockroaches. Interesting. I mean, the Indian restaurant I order from has been there since I was like a kid. They're like a well established part of the community and super clean. They also have a Michelin Bib Gourmand award. Fantastic. It's just too hot. Do you think it'll be difficult to get cash out of Webull? No. I mean, but I'm not holding, and like I don't really have any intentions of holding any like MOASS shares in Webull. I don't have these, but that's it. This represents a small bit of my game sub. Well, I've talked about what I hope they do with NFT before, right? Is like creating like unique in-game items and creating like marketplaces inside existing like multiplayer games, right? Where you can like players can like buy and sell in-game items and things like that, which represents a huge amount of untapped profit for current developers. And if GameStop can set up the marketplace for them to use to do that, then that incentivizes them to partner with GameStop in order to have access to that marketplace, right? Especially if they can do it, like if they can front run everyone on it. And I think that would be huge. Like, custom in-game NFTs and like weapons and swords and shit like that. And I think people would love that. It'd be like Ready Player One. I can finally make money playing video games again. Valve Steam already has that kind of marketplace, but it sucks. It sucks and it's like not fun. And it's just like a way for drug dealers to launder money. Yeah, like way more integration, right? And they're also unique. So it's not really like Steam. And developers and GameStop could even like, I mean, I don't think it would ever happen, but they could allow like players to design items for the game, right? And then sell them and they take a cut. That'd be cool. But movie tickets NFT, gross. So this NFT into a dividend? I don't know, because there has to be some some kind of product connected to an NFT, right? So if they give an NFT to you, I mean, if they did a dividend, it would have to be like a crypto. It couldn't be like an like NFTs don't really work that way. Ubisoft does this already. Okay, well, I don't really play that many games. So imagine playing Diablo 2 and really gambling with Gade for cash. That sounds awesome. I just want to sell like Diablo weapons for real money. Like just farm shit and sell it for real money. I remember the real money auction house. It was dope. No, what I'm saying is GameStop has an opportunity to build an entire economy, not just a marketplace.
But yeah, like NFT backed marketplaces with in like virtual reality RPGs is going to be fucking nuts. Like imagine your job is inside a game. Like that's fucking crazy. In 29 minutes, please transfer your shares. I'm going to do it after the stream. I think many people don't understand the upcoming wave of altered reality products in which NFTs play a very big role. Yeah. The potential for virtual reality is crazy. Like even in its ability to totally redefine our society. Yeah, augmented reality as well. Remember when we kept testing 175? That was cool. It was neat, but I'm happy to be up for the day. Flat. That's all I want. I just want my prediction of flat to be absolutely true. And we're close. The open on Monday was 178. And our high today was 175. So we're hanging out in a very, very small threshold, right? Like it's like between here and 165.81. That's really good. I mean, like, look how quickly we moved through that in the past, right? We didn't hold that floor at all. Breaking a low volume record today. Yeah, I see that. What's the lowest? Was it 900 something thousand? Dude, what happened to the SPY? Fell off. It can bounce. Some sort of bad news, which I'm currently unaware of. See, think about the dude who fell on a BMW from 9 stories up and lived. No, it's gonna be a treadmill thing with a VR headset. You get strapped in, and you know the world. That would be awesome. They have those. Well, I hope you're wrong. I still have your DD. What? No, me being right is good, right? If we stay flat, that means that we've repeated the previous cycle, right? That we're like on track to repeat this cycle where we traded fucking like basically flat until we started to run up. That's nice. Like we want to repeat this, right? This little tiny window. Ah. Yeah, I definitely want to see a repeat of this price action. I don't want up. Up breaks the format. Now, if we start to see a small climb Monday, Tuesday, that's fine. But we definitely, flat's good. And I think we didn't see this because this actually occurred on pretty low volume and the market was tanking like last week when we could have been possibly running up. And even then, we still had a $20 run during this period, right? Which is significantly more than this run was. This run was from 15 to a high of like 22. So that's only a $5 run that occurred there. And last week we had a $20 run from our low. So like it may not look the same, right? But the right things are happening to confirm this currently. Oh, Power Hour song? Sure. Sorry.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I wish I just had this set up to
All
play
engine
automatically.
running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
What's the furthest you've back-checked your cycles theories? Ryan Cohen's first buy-in, Dr. Superb. Do you suspect that if it went back even further, it would also hold true? I think to some degree, but I think it'd be harder to see. As that was the first time that like the short interest really let up. Like the short pressure up until that point was enormous. So I think it'd be very hard to see, at least on the charts. There might be other ways of looking into it, but I haven't. Because I really think all of this kicked off with that initial purchase and possibly registration from Ryan Cohen, right? Is that's what started to create massive amounts of fails. If you copy and overlay the past cycle with this one, a lot of the slight dips, rips line up perfectly. I'm pretty jacked for the upcoming week. I know, Hacksaw. I am too. Weeks, by the way. Wednesday is the first day they could start occurring. But the FTD, so those T35 fails, the window is between the 13th and the 28th of October. What was the percent increase on the run on that anomaly? In September, it was 300%. Give or take. It was a little more, but right around there. Did you lay last year with this time now? Yeah, I've done that. I can't do it in WeBull, but you can do it in Trading View. If that's the window you're expecting. Oh, just because I don't have a lot of money in this account. So I'll probably buy weeklies in Webull. I'll buy like my monthlies and quarterlies out in like Fidelity or Vanguard. Or on IBKR. Have you increased your pickle consumption? Looking less ghostly, my dude. Canes? No, I just got a haircut and trimmed my beard, so look better. Kind of wild they don't try to change it up so it doesn't form the exact pattern again. Kind of. I mean, there's the possibility, Moon, that they can't, right? You're gonna lose all your MOASS money in the banks. Well, what? I'll just fucking fund my Forex account and buy like euros. If that's the case. It's ridiculous. Smooth. When people say like shit like that, those are the kind of people that think $1 million is a lot of money. They just do not understand the scope and power of the federal government and its ability to keep this shit afloat forever, regardless of how much people make off of MOASS. It was a bullshit DD. Question: game of chess. Say they hammer it down next week, then go full tilt the following week. Pros cons for doing that. Reduce weekly interest, but weekly interest isn't very high right now. I don't know, outside of myself, like I don't think any institutions are looking at this window, right? Because we're not seeing a huge uptick in weeklies. Quarterlies look strong. November 19th, December 19th. Open interest going in there, but slow. Not fast enough. You guys, there's always this assumption that like hedge funds know everything because they have better data, but that doesn't mean anything. Like if they don't have the right thesis, right, they could just go long and like over a period of time and they'll make money, right? They don't care. But I think there's a reason Rentec bought that dip. Rentec, it's very interesting that Rentec bought in, right? Because they have a lot of discretion with their fund. So most hedge funds, they could never sell a long position on GameStop to their investors. But Rentec has a lot more control, a lot like Scion does, right? And like I think Burry bailed before MOASS because he knew that he'd already gotten himself into some, legal issues with the things he'd done up until that point. And so I think he bailed. But I think Rentec got in because they're playing this. And I think they're playing it all over the market. I don't think it's just GameStop. I mean, yeah, right. When we came down from 350, 214 was a dip. And if MOASS is true, right, and the short squeeze is going to happen, then who gives a shit if you bought in at 214 or 150? Burry did a lot of things, right? He incentivized GameStop to do a share buyback. His tweets. There were a lot of reasons I think Burry stepped back. Tesla MOASS? I doubt it. Is it even broken 800? It's at 800. Hmm. I mean, it looks like it's just testing its upper resistance. If the market doesn't come back, it's going to fail again. Why do you put your trend lines on the bar and not the wick? Because there's not a lot of volume traded in the wick, right? And so I find that the bars are more reliable. I know people do it different ways, but I prefer to use the bar, like the candlestick, rather than the wicks. Wicks are just volatility outside of the average range, right? So it doesn't make any sense to use those as like indicators of your trend. I mean, I'll use wicks if I have to, like if there's no other option, because some support is better than none. But yeah, ideally, I'll use the candlesticks themselves. They say stay with credit unions, are safer than big banks.
It's just not accurate. No, if you're wealthy, you can get insured accounts. You can add extra insurance to your accounts. You can insure your money against loss. There's ways. You can also just hedge. Okay, so usually you have to redraw trends at different time scales, Conrad. Trends go from longest to shortest, right? So like you would want to draw, like if you're in TradingView, not WeBull, because WeBull will move your lines around based on what time scale you're looking at. But if you're in something that like locks the trends in across the time scales, like TradingView does, you draw your trend on the furthest time scale, right? And then you can look at that trend on shorter and shorter time frames. I think you should see heavy call buying early next week. If so, it's time to roll. Yeah, I mean, we have some coming in today, just not a lot. Good evening to Antividan Matthews. How you doing, man? Thank you for the 2 months of membership. It is appreciated. Twice I heard if MOASS. Everything's an if, Grandpa John. It's not 100%. While very likely, still not 100%. Why does IBKR only have boomer funding choices? Or are you trying to fund your broker with Venmo? I assume the reason why it can't include paper hands, government intervention, not paper hands. I'm not worried about paper hands. If MOASS starts, I don't give a shit who sells. Right? Like if short hedge funds start collapsing, market makers and clearinghouses, I don't give, like, it doesn't fucking matter who paper hands at that point. And with DRS now, so many fucking shares are locked up, it really doesn't matter. Right? But government intervention is definitely a thing. And you can't not consider that as a possibility. While unlikely, it's still possible. I assume that every level of fuckery available will be used if in that event to try to stop it. I don't think it'll work. And how high up that fuckery will go, probably not that high. There does come a point at which the risk of,
losing faith lost in the U.S. markets becomes a thing, right? So I think they will let it do its thing to a point. But I think like the idea of like an infinity pool type occurrence, that is when we would see government intervention step in. If it just squeezed and didn't stop, and like started to destroy the global economy, realizing actually infinite potential, then I mean, yeah, they've got to stop that, right? Not just to the benefit of themselves, but to the benefit of us, right? Like, if this got to the point where it started to collapse the like the global economy, then like, what the fuck use would your money be? Like, we want MOASS to go to the sky, right? But really, you want that sky to be kind of capped, also, right? We don't want shares getting to like 50 billion a share or something like that, because that doesn't benefit anyone. Government will ask us for a loan. This is it benefits whoever sells at 50 billion a share. I mean, not if you collapse the economy that supports the currency you just got paid in. What about the post-apocalyptic, post-capitalism dream? You mean shitting in the woods and wiping your ass with poison ivy? That sounds terrible. So you're saying settle for a trillion coin? I mean, I'll take bonds. If the government wants to like buy us out with bonds, that's cool. Like a solid amount of liquidity and then a bunch of government bonds. Get some ownership in the US. Why have you not DRS'd any of your shares? Because I don't want to. They're my shares, right? Did you buy them, Mona? I need that currency to buy my used car batteries to huck in the ocean. Okay, Haffer, you're really hung up on this used car battery thing. It's not going to become a thing. Are Baba shares a decent buy right now? I mean, theoretically. You should DRS one so you can tell people to shut up. No. Not even one. Not until I feel, based on my research, that it is a safe move for me to make. And not until I'm positive that it has an impact on the FTD cycle. If those occur and I have verifiable data, I'll throw some shares over there. I don't really care that much. But it's the principle. I'm not going to get fucking bullied into it. And by bullying people into it, you're driving far more people away from something that really could be beneficial for MOASS. So maybe think about that. Nope. If you donate me $175 on Ko-Fi, I'll buy a share, but I won't DRS it. Saltwater electric fish. Smooth, that's stupid too. They're your shares. You should come to an informed decision on your own and then do what you want with them, not follow me. It's almost as if you don't provide financial advice. That's correct. I mean, I'm transparent with you guys. I could just be like, oh yeah, I DRS sub and end the argument, right? But I'm not gonna lie to you guys, all right? I see risks, especially if you have a small position. I see risks there, and I'm not gonna lie about those risks. They exist. There's no denying them. But the net benefit could be greater than those risks, depending on your position, what your risk level is. Can you afford to possibly sacrifice 10 shares to have MOASS faster? Hanbadan, thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate that. You know, it's different for everyone. So you can't just a blanket statement, everyone register your shares, right? Some people are definitely in a position where they can. Some people are in a position where that's a huge risk to them. And by bullying those people, you almost guarantee that they won't. By trying to push it on everyone, 100, like, you know, come up with a solid thesis, present it. If people like it, they like it. If they don't, they don't. I would lose my Pigeon Well membership again. So there's 500K accounts. So if there was an average of, I don't think there's an average of 140 shares per account. That's high. Most people have XX shares. The vast majority of GameStop holders. Are we gonna hit 1,000,000 volumes today or no? I don't know. It's hard to say. Plus 10 is a long time. I guess. I think 500K accounts has been debunked by computer share, right? I mean, first of all, there were accounts that there's a very good possibility that there's like a rolling total of accounts, and it's tracked to some degree. Like that figure, account number figure, is not inaccurate, or not that inaccurate, right? There are however many accounts were created from 2002 to 2021 that had already existed in computer share system, and then there are also, you know, accounts that were deleted and moved, and like there's, you know, there's other shit in that number. So that number, yeah, it doesn't accurately represent the number of people that have registered, but it does give an idea of the percent increase. Do not mean to aid or abet cyberbullying. I wouldn't call it cyberbullying. I understand the motivation to get everyone to do it. I'm just saying, before you do shit, stop and think. Don't just follow, group mentality. And I know that's not always easy to do, I guess. But assume that anything anyone tells you is wrong, and then prove it right for yourself. That way you can move forward with whatever decision you make with confidence. Why, when this is a cooking channel, do you keep entertaining these people with talk of shares and such? The recipes are starting to take a back seat, and frankly, it's not on. Well, I apologize. I'll try to stay more cooking focused and in future. That, Dan. Mod 10 or 11, the account number, it means that the last number is generated with the formula. Oh, okay. What do you think of 800 puts for Tesla expiring tomorrow? Seems like it got rejected in the upper 800 range. Down to 775. It'd drop lower than that. If it's getting rejected at 800 again, you can expect a pretty decent drop. Also, China's markets are opening tonight, which could cause it to drop even further. Tesla's going to have a hard time breaking through that upper resistance. The company's already super fucking overvalued. People know it. The interest is there, but when it comes down, it's going to come down fucking so hard. Every big player has money in Tesla, and they're all going to bail simultaneously. The IV, even on out of the money puts further out, in the event of a market crash, is going to spike so fucking hard. Burry is nuts, but he's a genius. The more I look at his put play on that company, the better and better it looks. It's like reverse MOASS. Yeah, I have Joseph Johnson. It's good. I like to make it with roasted garlic because I find that when I make it with fresh garlic, it's a bit bitter. But yeah, typical cheap pasta dish. I think anybody who grew up in like an Italian family has eaten that 100 times over. It seems destructively high, doesn't it? That's really not that much money at $1 million a share. It's high, but how many people are going to be left at that point, right? It's not like it's not like a fucking 100% of current GME holders is going to be holding when it hits $1 million a share. Do you think we'll stay in these cycles if they're proven true till next year if MOASS doesn't occur this year? Possibly it'll just continue to occur for a long time. Just every quarter run up. I'm very curious what happens here in this time frame. Moving into January. This time frame here is very consequential because either whatever we're trading at, we spike on the 24th, and then if they roll, that's very interesting, right? Like I expect them to fail here, and then us to run within the anomaly window, right? The projected window between, I think it's also the 13th through 28th of July, or January rather. But if they roll, that kind of presents a different paradigm. Then I've got to look into other things and see why that would occur instead of them failing a second time. So that's really the next big, like, kind of event unknown that I'm looking for, is if they roll going into the next quarterly cycle. I expect them to fail, right? I expect a repeat of last year. Like they failed September's roll, they failed December's roll, and that caused the run in January. And so that's the pattern I expect to play out. But if they fail this roll and then roll December, that's different. And I guess that would mean that the next cycle is also going to be a roll. But the floor is going to keep going up through those, right? Because GameStop's not offering any shares. So without those shares and without inclusion into new indexes, there's no like big institutional sell-offs to help them bring the floor back down. I mean, even our like $70 run up from the last ETF ETN expiration thing, even that's brought our floor up $20 going into this cycle, right? Like normally it would be way down by now after earnings. Like we're down from earnings, don't get me wrong, but not as far as we could be. Can you explain his put play? He's got like pretty far out of the money Tesla puts, like a shitload of them. I'm not sure when they expire. I think he got money out of some of them already. But I think he doubled down on it on the last 13F. Do you slice garlic with a razor? No. I have a really sharp knife though, so I don't really need a razor to do it. I have a hard time believing a single stock can hit 50 trillion in market cap. I mean, why? Apple's already worth like 2 trillion, right? That's only 25 times more. I'm happy you started streaming. Not sure if you actually understand the impact you've had. Probably not. Your ability to translate information, discuss what's actually happening is impeccable and is appreciated. Thanks for doing this every day, brother. Happy to be on the ride with you and everyone. Secure, thank you so much, man. I couldn't have done it without you. Not even kidding. You've been a huge help, man. I appreciate everything you've done for this channel. It means a lot. One of these days, I'll make you a t-shirt. Would you rather the company announce their overall plan to create a situation to squeeze? Wait, what? Sorry, the chat keeps jumping up because I'm way behind again. Do you have any idea the amount of volume missing from this past run up? A lot, like fucking, I think over the whole period, like 100 million compared to the previous one. Is that a Carly Ray? It is. Only if it fails at this resistance and then dips and then comes back up. That is a bullish reversal for anybody unaware. You still holding MRK calls? Absolutely fucking not. Fuck that company. I lost like $800 over there. Complete piece of shit. I'm sure it's actually probably good long term, but I think the sentiments died down until they get some sort of news from their trial, and I don't want to hold their stock for fucking 6 months or 3 months or however long it takes. Yeah, I don't think they could drag this longer, but I mean, I have to be open to every possibility, right? Because otherwise it'll just like cloud my judgment. And while I am very bullish on GameStop, and I'm sure that already does create its own bias, I try to keep an open mind to the other possibilities. Do you play Sudoku? No. I played Go and Magic and like stuff like that, but never Sudoku. I've done it like a couple times. It's boring. In your opinion, which oscillators give the most reliable divergence and hidden divergence readings, and in which interval ranges? What is your obsession with oscillators? They suck. They just give you past information. They're all the same for the most part. Some work on volume, some work on price. It's just like, what are you trying to find in divergence? Like, what specific value does that currently have to your trading model that you're trying to build? I mean, MACD and DMI are perfectly acceptable, but I feel like you're asking the same question a lot of different ways. So maybe if I have a better understanding of what you're looking for, I can give you a better answer. Even with the 225C week, that was rough. Just a reminder that there are 978 real people staring at you right now. Basically a small town. That's weird. I don't want to think about that. I just assume that I'm talking to a small room with people in it. I feel like the next 3 weeks is going to be flat, and you're tricking Moonwind into not doing CCs. Shut up, board gamer. Why you gotta out me like that? Are you the other wife? Well, I can't. No. Can you wear a Halloween costume for the stream on the 29th so we can see what you are going to trick or treat as? Oh, I'm definitely trick or treating. Can we get a rant to dampen FOMO over there? Is it? What's it doing? Oh, fucking cunts. That tie is just the most insufferable thing to this whole. I mean, couldn't they have shorted something else? Just so AMC and GME wouldn't be intrinsically linked. It's like BlackBerry or some other company with a possible future, instead of that awful piece of shit fucking television. Like, they just sell time watching a screen in a building they rent. It's a terrible business model. Pickle getting ready to drop some new membership levels? No, we're good, right? If they report inflation at 10% tomorrow, though, I'm going to up the prices. I'm not going to forget to transfer my WeBull shares. I promise. What was your preferred deck type as an MTG player? Control. Control. Sometimes combo, but mostly control. And then if control was bad, also control. Approximately 236 of these viewers are my bots. They may be misguided, but we're all apes. At this point, unity is more important. Nah. Disagree. If you cared about them, you'd let them know they're getting ripped off, right? Not support them in their fucking idiocy. Good friends tell you when you're wrong. Mr. Finch, thank you for the $1.59 for popcorn. 49. I can make so much popcorn with that money. Yeah. I mean, if they hadn't ran their stock price up, they wouldn't have been able to sell shares for anything relevant. They would have gone bankrupt already. They're still going to go bankrupt in January. Once all their rent comes due. They've so much debt. What was the first movie in like a year yesterday? It was not AMC, so it was actually a nice theater, but it was a ghost town. Hard to see how theaters are gonna make it. I agree. I've been out on like Saturday night in the city, and there's AMC's like all over New York City, and they're fucking all empty. And they're open for business, but the only people inside them are employees. No one waiting to see movies, no lines. And I mean, 2 years ago, lines down the block, 3 years ago. Since I'm a pigeon whale now, does that mean I get to flex on my husband's original wife? I don't really want to get involved with your guys' domestic shit. All right. Made 10 G's on AMC. Can't be too mad at them. That's fair. There's just like you could have made that money on 100 other stocks in between now and then. Better ones with more potential. You could have made that money trading bounces on Tesla in like 3 weeks instead of holding AMC for 6 months. It's just, I'm not gonna get into it. I understand that money was made on it, but you know that could be true of any stock, right? If the stock moves, you can make money on it. Watch out, she's feisty as fuck. That I believe. And this is why 9 months from now, Zakir, you're gonna have another child. AMC's in Florida was packed, but I went a few weeks ago. It was actually kind of weird. Spend more money on Pickle Financial than AMC Entertainment at its best. Thank you, Double Dad. I mean, to be fair, Pigeon Whale membership is like the cost of like 2 people going to the movie. If you think about it that way. I think the last time that I went to a movie, it was like $110 for like 2 tickets, popcorn, a soda, some like boxed 99-cent candy that I bought for $9 a package. That's just it. Florida man goes to AMC theater, gets approached by a random investor, and decides to buy 5 shares. Never stops talking about it for the next 5 months. Next time you make a prediction, can you just say up, please? Okay. I guess. I'll just say up. There. It's done. One second, guys. Okay, fuck. They got a dude coming into my apartment. Okay, so it's 4:00. Perfect. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in today. I appreciate all the talks and everything. For all you new members, I really appreciate the support. Thank you. It means a lot. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thanks, guys. Bye, Ecstasy. Grease Nipples, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate that, man. Hit me up on the Discord, and I will, I'll do stuff after the stream for you. Later. Have a good night, guys.